Good afternoon to you all. We have gathered together this afternoon to celebrate the life of Matthew Ty Snook. We've come to bid our final farewells. We've come to support this family. We've come to give our final salute on this side. Let us pray. Lord, we pray for those who have been devastated by this most recent tragedy. We remember Corporal Ty, who lost his life so suddenly. We hold in our hearts the families forever changed by grief and loss. Lord, Matthew Ty Snook is gone now from earthly dwelling. Grant that we may hold his memory dear, never bitter for what we have lost, but always in hope of the eternal kingdom. We ask this through Christ our Lord. Amen. Amen. We are now going to have a musical selection, please. Thank you, and I must say these song selections are so timely. I'm here without you, baby, but you are here with me if it's only in my dreams. So we thank you. We're grateful for that selection. We are now going to have speeches given by our Honorable Matthew Meyer, the governor of this great state of Delaware.
Good afternoon. Thank you to Secretary Bushweller, Colonel Crotty, the executive staff, and the extraordinary Delaware State Police, especially Captain Reinbold and the Troop 6 family. To Newcastle County Police, to the countless law enforcement agencies and officers present today, for what you do every day, and for so many first responders from across our state and across our nation, thank you. We know that every day each of you put on the uniform. Your courage is our shield. Your conviction, your service, your sacrifice, you are our shield. Thank you to the Division of Motor Vehicle employees for your service and for being here today. My wife Lauren and I want to thank so many friends and Delaware leaders for your particular leadership in recent days and for being here today as well. Former Governors Corporal and Carney, our entire federal delegation, the leadership of our judiciary, the leadership and so many members of our state House and Senate, my friend and governing partner, the Lieutenant Governor, the Attorney General, and so many other officials. I appreciate our neighboring governors and leaders from across the country who have reached out to express condolences to our state and to the family. And thank you to our nation's Attorney General, Pam Bondi, for joining us today. Thank you also to the countless, into the thousands Delawareans who brave frozen outdoor evenings at vigils for Ty across our state, and so many across our country who've given in so many unique and selfless ways to the family and to Delaware in recent days. And thank you to each and every one of you who has come today to honor the heroic life of Corporal Ty Snook. And to the Snook family, to Grandma Marie, to Matt and Karen, to Josh and Kirsten, Cassie and Ryan and Noah, and to Lauren and to Letty. To the friends and family, thank you for your strength and your courage in these hardest of days. To those of us who are Delawareans who call this place home, today we mourn a death in the family. I speak to you as governor on behalf of over 1 million Delawareans, but this is Delaware, so I speak to you as 9-year-old Owen's dad, and Owen's best friend is Trevor, and to Trevor, Corporal Snook is Uncle Ty. We stand up straight as a community, as a state, to mourn Corporal Snook, to mourn Uncle Ty, and do so with great pride, knowing that today, right now as I speak to you, there are Delawareans who are alive, who are living, who are breathing, who are loving, because Ty lived and because he served. It is from Scripture we learn that God needs messengers. In the book of Isaiah, God asks, "Whom shall I send, and who will go for us?" And Isaiah looked up and said, "Here I am, send me." According to Ty's mom, Karen, in the Snook family, you could play any sport you wanted, as long as you also wrestled. And Ty became a wrestling champion, a Delaware kid, wrestling at the highest level in college. He had grit, he worked hard, he was pre-med, he lived with courage and integrity. He truly could have done anything. He chose to be a trooper, a Delaware State Police trooper. "Here I am," he said, "send me." Ty is every parent's dream, a beloved and loving sibling, someone who worked hard to be a champion, the best teammate, who celebrated teammates' achievements more than his own. And when the call came, he said, "Send me." When the state police needed field training officers to train the next generation, Ty said, "Here I am, send me." And he trained more troopers than nearly any of his peers, leaving a legacy that will keep Delaware communities safer for generations to come. To his family, Corporal Snook was a loving and selfless son, a brother, an uncle, a friend, most of all, a husband and a father. To all of us, he is a hero. Not too long ago, Ty carved a monument to his girlfriend in a tree in the backyard. T. Hart L. Ty loves Lauren. Not too long after that, he bought a ring and snuck down to the tree alone. He carved in that same tree, "Will you marry me?" He slipped as he ran home from that carving, and his ankle started to swell. He walked with Lauren down to the tree. He got on a knee, gave her a ring, and she said yes. He stayed down on a knee. He wasn't getting up. He'd sprained his ankle. Probably the strongest trooper in our state police force looked up at Lauren and said he actually couldn't stand up. He needed her help. So she lifted him up, and they walked back together. Lauren, Letty, please know that we are all here now to lift you up. And have no doubt that Ty today and every day is looking down on you and looking down on Letty, and in fact looking down on each and every one of us, lifting us up. Losing Ty is not fair. You do not deserve this. But I can promise you, the Delawareans who you have never met will know Ty and his life, and that will make our state a better place. That the impact of his life and his spirit of helping others will continue long after December 23rd. Ty's life will never be forgotten. In closing, we all have moments to serve. And when we have that moment, when the chance comes to put others before ourselves, if someone asks who will stand up for justice, who will protect the underdog, who will do that little bit of extra work to give the family a little Christmas boost, when we hear the call, may we all remember Corporal Snook. May we all remember Uncle Ty. May we all say, as he did, "Here I am, send me."
Indeed, thank you, Governor. We will now have remarks from the Honorable Joshua Bushweller, Secretary of Department of Safety and Homeland Security.
Thank you, Reverend Miller. As the Secretary of Safety and Homeland Security for the state of Delaware, and as a retired Delaware State Trooper, it is my honor and profound privilege to be afforded the opportunity to speak today. To the Snook family, Attorney General Bondi, Governor Meyer, Colonel Crotty, troopers, our trooper spouses, our retired troopers, family, friends, and citizens of our great state. We gather today under the heavy weight of an unimaginable loss. Less than 2 weeks ago, Trooper Ty Snook walked into a Delaware DMV to serve the people of this state, just as he had done faithfully for 10 years. Ty never walked out. In a targeted act of violence against those who wear the badge, Delaware lost a protector, a colleague, a husband, and a father. To Ty's parents, Matthew and Karen, Josh, his brother, sister, Cassie, please know that your grief you carry is shared by an entire state. We offer you our deepest and most heartfelt condolences. Lauren, there's no words. There's no words that can meet this moment or measure your pain. And to his daughter, Letty, who only at the age of 1 will come to know her father through stories, photographs, and the lives Ty touched. Know this, Letty. Your daddy was a hero. Your daddy was a hero. Not only in the way he gave his life, but in the way that he lived it every single day. Corporal Snook embodied the very best traditions of the Delaware State Police. For a decade, he put the uniform on. He moved towards danger while others sought safety. He served with integrity. He served with dignity. He understood that the badge he wore was not just a symbol of authority, but a sacred trust between law enforcement and the community that it serves. He was the trooper that you would want to respond to your home if you needed help. He was the trooper that you wanted to ride with as a partner. And he was the kind of man who made everyone around him better. This shocking act has reverberated far beyond Delaware, across our nation, around the world. It did not just steal Ty from us in the prime of his life, with so many years and milestones still ahead. It shattered something deeper. The basic sense of safety that every one of us deserves as we go about our daily lives, running errands, doing our jobs, and simply being where we're supposed to be. To our DMV employees and members of the public who witnessed this unbelievable tragedy, what you experienced is something that no one should endure. You are not forgotten. Your trauma is real, and this state will continue to support you in the days ahead. You too are victims of this senseless violence. What has become painfully clear is that this was a targeted attack on law enforcement, a deliberate assault on those who stand between order and chaos. Let me be clear. We will not be intimidated. We will not retreat. Every trooper, every officer, every first responder in this state and across our country will continue to report for duty, will continue to serve, and will continue to protect our communities, because that is what Ty would do. In fact, that is what Ty did, right up until his final moment. His devotion to duty, his unwavering commitment to service, his quiet courage, it endures because of troopers like Ty Snook. To his shift mates, Scott, Larry, Ryan, Ben, Mark, John, Trinita, Chris, and Mike, and to all his fellow troopers, grieve, lean on one another. Honor his memory not only with words, but with how you carry yourselves every day. Ty set a standard, a very high standard. I ask that you hold that line for Ty. To our community, When you see a trooper at a gas station, at a DMV, or along a highway, remember Ty. Remember that they leave their families each shift not knowing what awaits them. Remember that they're the ones that run towards danger. And remember that they deserve our respect, our support, and our prayers. I want to pause to thank the entire law enforcement community and for everyone in here who witnessed the passing review and saw the amount of different police uniforms from across this country is truly remarkable. All of you, your overwhelming support, your outpouring of support following Ty's death has been incredible and unbelievably helpful. From across agencies all over Delaware and beyond, far beyond our state's borders, we saw uniforms lining overpasses, patrol cars standing watch, flags being lowered, and brothers and sisters in public safety showing up in quiet, powerful ways. That solidarity means something. It means something to Ty's family. It means something to his fellow troopers, and to every one of us who understands the weight of this calling. In our darkest moments, you reminded us that we are never standing alone. I want to extend my sincere gratitude to everyone who worked tirelessly behind the scenes to prepare for today's services where we're honoring Ty. These ceremonies do not come together by chance. They are the result of countless hours of planning, coordination, and care. I want to thank Colonel Crotty for his leadership and steady hand throughout this difficult time, as well as all those across law enforcement, public safety, and our partner agencies who ensured that today reflects the dignity, respect, and honor that Ty so deeply deserves. Trooper Ty Snook answered his last call on Delaware soil, but his legacy does not end here. It lives on in his brothers and his sisters who will carry his memory forward. It lives on in a child who will grow up learning that courage is not the absence of fear, but the decision to serve despite it. And it lives on in a state that will never forget his sacrifice. Lauren, your husband was a guardian, our guardian, Delaware's guardian. Today, we return him to your care. But his spirit will forever remain with the Delaware State Police. Rest easy, Corporal Snook. We have the watch from here. May God bless the Snook family. May God bless the Delaware State Police. And may God bless the state of Delaware.
Thank you, Secretary Bushweller. It is now time that we will have remarks coming from the motor that makes this division run, our Colonel, William D. Crotty, Superintendent of the Delaware State Police.
On behalf of the Delaware State Police family, I cannot find the words to express our level of gratitude to the Delaware law enforcement, first responder community, DelDOT, and the Division of Motor Vehicle. Without your help, we would not be able to comfort the Snook family over the last several weeks. To Governor Meyer, Secretary Bushweller, thank you for your continued support in providing us the resources that we need to serve our family. To all the leaders of the state of Delaware that are here, your presence is important to our family, and we appreciate you being here. July 31, 1991, Matthew Tyler Snook was born. He was the son of Matthew and Karen Snook, who made Baird, Delaware, their home. It was in the home, through their care, consistency, and character, that Ty was shaped. Not long after, brother Josh and sister Cassie arrived, and the Snook family was complete. From the very beginning, Ty was the ringleader. He created the games, he set the missions, and gathered an entourage of friends from all walks of life, who were always ready to follow his lead. Sister Cassie shared that sometimes she would see Ty sitting quietly off to the side, smiling as he watched the games that he created unfold around him. He didn't need to be the center of attention to lead. He simply was. Cassie said Ty was always her hero. She went to him for comfort and reassurance, and she would not dare get on a roller coaster unless he was sitting by her side. She admired his intelligence, his calm control, his ability to bring people together wherever they went. Josh remembers just wanting to be with his brother, chasing him on bicycles, riding in his father's pickup truck between grass-cutting jobs. Being with Ty was everything. Long before they wore the same uniform, Ty was already showing Josh the path. Ty had a rare gift. He made everyone feel like they mattered, like they belonged. Both Cassie and Josh said this gift came directly from their parents. Matt and Karen created a home where people felt welcome. Friends of the Snook siblings would stop by, even when the kids weren't home, just to sit and talk to Matt and Karen. That authenticity became Ty's foundation and elevated his impact on everyone. Ty's father, Matt, coached youth wrestling to both Ty and Josh. On the corner of the mat, he instilled discipline, accountability, and hard work. Ty learned how to compete, how to persevere, and what it meant to earn success. These lessons stayed with him throughout his life. Ty had a special relationship with his mother, Karen. He called her every single day, sometimes to share the news of the day, sometimes to confess to a little bit of mischief that he got away with. Karen never missed an event, but more importantly, she instilled the importance of kindness and family in Ty. It was her influence that made Ty the mediator, the tutor, and the mentor in the Snook household. Cassie and Josh both shared that Ty cleared the path for them in school, in athletics, and in life. Being Ty's younger siblings came with instant credibility, but they never took that lightly. Ty always invested in them, encouraged them, and celebrated their success more than his own. There was no doubt that Ty was more concerned with their future than his own recognition. Athletics deepened Ty's love for team, the shared purpose, the pride, the commitment to something bigger than yourself. This sense of team, along with Josh's dream of becoming a Delaware State Trooper, led Ty, a pre-med student, to take a ride along. One night is all it took, and the hook was set. Ty applied to become a Delaware State Trooper. It is not an easy process, but Ty stood out immediately. An A-band candidate, we were eager to welcome Matthew Tyler Snook to our family. In fact, when we called the Snook household and asked for Matthew Snook, the voice on the other said, "This is Matthew Snook," and we nearly hired his father on the spot. Ultimately, we regard to Matthew Ty Snook, though I truly believe that Matt may have made a fine trooper as well. March 9th, 2015, Ty walked through the side door of the Delaware State Police Academy. He would later write that being selected to serve as a Delaware State Trooper was one of the most significant opportunities of his lifetime. At the academy, Ty was known for his easygoing personality and his presence. He quickly earned the nickname Biggie, while his bunkmate Corporal Tally became Smalls. Though circumstances separated the famous bunkmates of Biggie Smalls, the bond was never broken. The academy structures ensured of that, assigning Ty to sing his former bunkmate a lullaby every night. Ty lived our core values: honor, integrity, courage, loyalty, attitude, discipline, and service. One of his academy instructors, Sergeant Horsey, said Ty had gravity. People were drawn to him. He did all the little things right and earned the respect of everyone around him. But what stood out most was Ty's respect for his classmates. In his academy autobiography, he wrote that graduating with his class would be the greatest accomplishment of his lifetime. Ty was always about team. It came as no surprise that Ty earned the physical fitness and boxing awards at graduation. The Snook family, a proud military family, watched their Ty achieve something truly extraordinary. Before leaving the academy, Ty wrote, "I am anxious to begin a life of service and commitment to making Delaware a safer place to live, work, visit, and raise a family." Fresh out of the academy, Ty began field training at Troop 6, which became his home. His presence was undeniable, but his kindness was unforgettable. Assigned to C Shift, this former pre-med major had a way of quietly diagnosing what was needed to build a path to success, not just for himself, but for everyone around him. Ty led with integrity, through strength, through quiet confidence. In his first full year on C Shift, he led the shift in the number of complaints handled. And he was quickly recognized for his selfless commitment to his teammates. C Shift was his team. On the road, Ty was formidable, but his care for victims and those in need was unmatched. He understood the difference between malice and misunderstanding. Josh, his brother, said it best: Ty always found the good. He chose patience. He chose grace. He chose solutions, even when he didn't have to. As Ty grew, he continued to give his time, energy, and knowledge to strengthen those around him. He opened his home for training. He taught defensive tactics at the academy, and he became a field training officer because he believed deeply in building other people up. One of his recruits, Corporal Saylor, said, despite Ty's incredible accomplishments, he always elevated others' success. He was Superman, but all he cared about was the team. Trooper Tanzola, who Ty trained, recalled the very first day of field training, he took him to the vitamin shop to build a supplement plan. Ty wanted to prepare both the body and the mind. He wanted the best for everyone. Ty's family remained central to Ty's life. He shared the good. He shielded them from the worst, but he always leaned on them. When Josh became a trooper, their bond deepened. Though assigned to different troops, they worked the same shift rotation. They heard each other over the radio. They would call each other for advice. They shared the hardest days. Ty's focus was always on Josh's success over his own. For Ty's shift mates, academy classmates, and all of his friends, he was the one that would show up for you. Needed a hand with a project? Ty was there. Someone to talk to? Ty would answer the phone. A companion for an adventure? Ty was in. Ty's greatest strength was his ability to empower everyone. 3 years ago, Ty's world changed. He met Lauren, his wife. With encouragement from his team, Ty stepped outside his comfort zone, and one conversation turned into a lifetime. Together, they built a family with their daughter, Letty. Ty was an exceptional father, a protector, a provider, a mountain of a man crawling on a floor, fully embracing the life of a proud girl dad. Lauren shared that dinner time was sacred. Ty talked about the troopers he was training, and like a good wrestler, he would contort his leadership style to meet that trooper's needs. He spoke of promotion, of the future, of the spring 2026 sergeant's process. Their plans were set. On December 23rd, Ty and Josh spoke on the phone. They talked about their lives and how grateful they were for their families and their shared service with the DSP. Never could they have known that shortly after, Ty would make the ultimate sacrifice to save others. To the Snook family, we pledge our unwavering support. To Lauren and Letty, we stand as your protectors and your champions. To my DSP family, we will honor Ty, not just today, but every day, for all to see. They will see Ty's discipline in the shine of our badge and the polish on our boots. They will see Ty's loyalty when we show up for one another. They will see Ty's professionalism when we serve our communities. They will see Ty's integrity and our commitment to doing what is right. And they will see Ty's courage as we face dangers no one else dares to take on. And through these actions, every day, Letty will always know who her father was. Ty Snook lived a life of service, love, and purpose. He is our brother. He is our teammate. And he will always be a part of the DSP family.
We will now have remarks by Captain Carrie Reinbold.
This morning, as we were driving here, I had the honor of bringing Ty to the Bob Carpenter Center, and Lauren in the car with me. I kind of started laughing, and she said, "What's going on?" I said, "I got Ty back for the LIDAR. It's an inside joke. If you don't know it, we'll talk about it later. Because his last patrol was 68 sector, which is 95. If you know Ty, he hates 68 sector. So I got you, buddy. Thank you all for gathering today in memory of celebration of Matthew Ty Snook. It is my great honor to have led Ty, but even greater honor to have known and considered him a friend. I'd also be remiss if I didn't mention that I was also Josh's commander at Troop 1 several years ago. And that was an honor as well, although Ty was much easier to manage. Sorry, buddy. The Delaware State Police is one department united by shared goals and a common vision. Within that unity, however, there are individual sections, units, and troops, each with their different culture and identity to serve the areas and citizens. Troop 6 is no different. Troop 6 goes by the many names: Price's Corner, F Troop, Fort Apache. But those who are fortunate enough to be assigned there are known simply as Sixers. They are often described as hardened, stoic, and unapologetically strong, forged by sheer volume and complexity of cause. East and west between Wilmington in Newark, north and south between Hokeston and 95. Sixers learn to shift gears constantly. They adapt, they endure, and they move forward because the next call is already waiting. Our brother Ty was unapologetically a Sixer, but that alone doesn't even come close to doing him justice. Ty was a father. He was a husband, a son, a brother, and a friend. He was a gym rat, a wrestler, a party planner, a host, and a lifelong mediator between his two siblings. One of the amazing things about Ty was he was a listener. He got to know people and had a unique ability to take in those others may have forgotten. Lauren said he would work some of these pay jobs to make extra money, and he looked forward to those moments when he got to go to the DMV, when he got to go to Wegmans, because he knew everyone, and he wanted to talk to them and listen to them. He made everyone he encountered feel welcomed and loved, and he usually didn't even have to say a word. He just made people feel better about themselves. Looking through all the photos circulated of Ty, you can't help but to see how happy the people are in those photos next to him and how joyful they were just to be in his orbit. So much joy from so many family and so many friends. But for us at Troop 6, Ty was our superhero, both figuratively and literally. He was strong, fast, smart, compassionate, and a natural leader. He was a trooper that could physically handle any challenge, but rarely had to do that because he listened, because he cared. His demeanor and kind nature got him through the tough complaints. His entire career was spent at Troop 6, beginning in 2015 when he was field trained and fully immersed in the Troop 6 way. At every stage, from rookie to the senior number 3 on his shift, Ty embraced his role completely. No task was beneath him. No obstacle was too great. His entire tenure was spent with one shift, C shift, the Silverbacks. For more than 20 years, this shift has been one of the closest in the Delaware State Police, anchored by Ty's dear friend and mentor, Larry Seitz. Larry kept the group going, and Ty stood right there next to him with the rest of the guerrillas. Outwardly tough and strong, but quietly hardworking, loyal, and dedicated, never needing praise or recognition. Ty's legacy is built on his actions and unique ability to lead. There are countless theories about leadership, how it's taught, learned, developed. But the truth is, the very best leaders don't need to be taught. They are born. Our brother Ty was one of them. People were drawn to him. I know I was. Whether it was his personality, the way he made everyone feel like you belonged, his tight t-shirts, that unmistakable smirk, Ty was the glue that held so many people together, socially, professionally, family. He was the constant. So many adventures and great ideals started with Ty. Also some really bad ones that were still a lot of fun. But all of them were rooted in that connection that Ty brought. He had a way of just greeting you, and next thing you knew, hours had passed, glasses were empty, and he was next to you out there on the street looking for street meat, sketchy Chipotle hot dog cart. Ty loved protein. At the troop, Ty brought people together. He never hesitated to step into difficult situations. He always looked out for his fellow troopers. From 2018, just until weeks before end of watch, Ty trained more than 20 recruits, many of them who proudly call Troop 6 home. Starting with Jody Salyer and ending just a few weeks ago with the triplets, Dow, Sheldon, and Tanzola. Talk to them, and you'll hear the same thing. how influential he was, how much he shaped them, and how his fingerprints will remain on the DNA of not only Troop 6, but the entire Delaware State Police for eternity. Cassie, your big brother was a hero in every sense of the word. You may have not realized it at the time, but all of those childhood battles between you and Josh that he was refereeing just got him ready for a career as a professional referee. I think he's resting easy knowing that there's a whole community of us ready and willing to step in and be that big brother whenever you need it. We too love to referee a good sibling match, and we'll always take your side. Josh, your bond with Ty is undeniable. Together you had unstoppable energy. You fostered a culture of belonging and camaraderie that people felt immediately. You both had a way of making strangers feel welcome and friends deeply valued. Your bond is what all siblings should strive for. That spirit doesn't end here. We are your family, Josh, and we're not going anywhere. Matt and Karen, there are no words that can ease this loss. You know the son you raised. You know the man he became. No reminders are necessary. But know this, your son Ty was a force of nature, and his final act was one of pure selflessness, giving everything to save another. He embodied everything we strive as troopers and as people too. You didn't just raise one incredible son. You raised 3 strong, unique, remarkable children, and it's everyone's honor to know them. Lauren, you were thrust in a spotlight that no one ever deserves. While dealing with your own unbearable grief, your strength, grace, and courage have been an inspiration. In moments when it seemed impossible, you stood tall and asked only one thing: honor Ty. Honor him the way he deserved. Even in your own pain, you never lost compassion, checking in on others, wishing people a Merry Christmas, reminding them to take care of themselves, asking people about their Chinese food, wraps, and orange monsters, and talking about cankles. You carried not only your grief, but ours as well. Ty was incredibly lucky to have you. We are lucky to have you. As much as we tried to help ease your suffering, I think you eased ours more. Letty will grow up knowing that not only what an amazing father she had, but what an extraordinary mother she has. She has the biggest cheering section imaginable, 700 plus aunts and uncles who will always make sure she knows that the Delaware State Police is her family. Birthdays, graduations, breakups, even in marriage, we will be there. With Lauren's permission, I'm going to conclude by addressing Troop 6. My dear Sixers, lift your heads up, wipe away the tears. We are broken beyond repair. And this is a break that just cannot be fixed. So we have 2 choices: remain broken, or we regroup, we rebuild, and become stronger, just like Ty would. I need you all at some time to take a moment, look at that prayer card you have in your pocket, and stare at Ty's face. Let him settle fully into your heart. Then I need you to look into the mirror. I need you to stare long and hard, and when you can't bear to stare anymore, I want you to wake up and do one thing. Remember who the hell you are. You are a Sixer. Only then can we truly honor Ty. We have a mission now. It's not a hot spot. It's not an investigation. It's not proactive contact. Our mission is one of love and legacy. It's about showing the world, and more importantly, that little girl, what kind of man Ty Snook was. It's not going to be done through naming rooms after him coins, shirts, plaques, memorials, or bricks. Those are all important, but they're easy. It will be done by the way we live, by the way we police, by the way we treat one another, by the way we love, because this is how Ty lived, and that's what he would want. Anyone listening is welcome to join us, but it starts here. It starts with Troop 6. I love and miss you, my brother. Thank you, everyone, and God bless.
Thank you, Captain Reinbold. We will now have another musical selection, please. remarks from family and close friends. And we will begin with Ty's brother, Josh Snook.
Before I begin, I wasn't expecting to hear any of these songs being played, and the first thing that came to my mind was my brother in the Raptor telling Big J, "Turn up the tunes." I got sad. I started thinking. He's like, "All right, well, come on, man. Playing Creed at your funeral is pretty freaking cool." You can't erase a legacy, especially mine. Austin 3:16. Ty has left behind a legacy of being loyal, honest, disciplined, and faithful. Being selfless, accepting, genuine, and most of all, the love he had for his friends and family. You know, it took me almost 2 weeks to write this. I couldn't think of where to begin to properly describe my brother and what he meant to me. I've been beyond nervous to speak about Ty in front of all you today, and I still am. What worried me the most was finding the right words to describe how incredible of a person Ty was and the life he lived. It is a speech that can only be given once, and I didn't want to let him down. The funny thing is, Ty was proud of me no matter what. And then I realized, how easy is it to talk about your best friend? Now, as many of you know, Ty was the best hype man. He was my hype man my whole life and always my biggest fan. One of Ty's favorite things was me playing guitar for him and his friends at the end of a good night out. 10 RBVs and a little bit of bourbon. Even if I couldn't play a full song, I would stop and be like, "Oh wait, 1,000 times." I could hear him say to his friends, "Dude, how awesome is this? Fire, bourbon, and good live tunes." And I could see how proud and happy he was to be my brother. I didn't want to waste time talking about facts that you can find of Ty on Google, like being a state champion. There's countless. I wanted to spend some time talking about Ty's morals, how he valued his family, and the experience of being his younger brother. Many brothers grow up, tend to get in a few fights over the years. This wasn't the case for us. Some of you know of a time when about 8 guys tried to jump us, and quote from one of his favorite movies, we had to open up a whole case of whoop ass. If we argued, which was rare, we both apologized, and we would find the humor in it shortly after. Those fortunate to know about Double Dog, they understand. All Ty wanted to be was the best big brother, and he well exceeded that goal. All I wanted to be was like him. He was such a great big brother and role model. I followed him through every step in life. Every sports team, every school, from elementary through high school, to even accepting a Division I wrestling scholarship to college. Finally, joining the state police. Now, he truly cared more about my own success than his own. He was the happiest after my wins, and he was the saddest after my losses. But he would still always make me feel like I was the best in the world. Even more so, he made me feel like the most important person in his life. All I ever wanted to do was be exactly like Ty. Now, I remember a time when I was around 6 years old. I won a wrestling tournament and received a trophy that was bigger than I was. Ty, unfortunately, didn't place. So my dad went and bought him a WWF cane plaque to make it feel better. At that point, I didn't want my trophy at all. I wanted a WWF plaque like Ty. Most of you know how similar the two of us are. We love the same sports, music, TV shows, and cheap sci-fi movies. We share the same sense of humor, interests, and goals. We talk the same, we laugh the same, hold the same morals and values, sense of duty, responsibility, and dependability. We are genuine, honest, and accepting, and we are proud of who we are. Ty's been a part of every memory that I can remember in my life. From riding a bike, tying my shoes, sports practices, pranks on employees at the mall, my first drink, first time driving a car, moving away to college. He was the best man in my wedding. He was even involved in most of my memories during our honeymoon in Italy and Greece. I FaceTimed him probably 10 times a day. Thankfully, my wife Kirsten understood and she enjoyed his company as well. Now, when I first started dating Kirsten, I invited her to come watch my band, the Younger Dumber Brothers, at Game Changers. I asked Ty to entertain her while we were playing music so she didn't get bored at her crappy songs. Ty, being the great big brother that he is, found a way to quickly form a bond with Kirsten. Ty asked her, "What type of shot do you want?" She said, "A lemon drop." So he ordered lemon drop shots, they cheers, and they took the shots. And then Ty said, "Watch this." And he reached over the bar and grabbed 2 lemons and squeezed them in his eyes. All just for a laugh. To fulfill his duty as a brother when I asked a favor. Somehow this hilarious act made her feel welcomed into our family. He was the greatest brother-in-law to Kirsten. The two of you quickly shared the most incredible bond, and you truly made her feel like family. He was also the best big brother to my younger sister, Cassie. Truly was her protector, especially from me when she would purposefully say something in front of my friends to get under my skin. This was usually delivered through a battle rap that she had prepared all day, and Ty was her only hope of protection from my anger. Ty always loved to hear the start of "Ayo Josh." Ty always made sure to include Cassie on everything that we did growing up, from sledding, jousting on the side yard. He always wanted Cassie to feel loved and always supported her, even through her singing era. Now, Ty, who's a trooper's trooper, and he's a man's man. But above all, he's always been and proud to be a mama's boy. She even cut his toenails until he was 23 years old. The mother-son relationship that they had was truly remarkable to witness, and oftentimes comical. I remember my mom was reading him Harry Potter books when Ty discovered he had his first armpit hair, and they celebrated. He always wanted her to be proud, and that she was. Not because of just his accomplishments, but the way he lived and the way he loved. As Ronnie Van Zant once said, lead singer of Lynyrd Skynyrd, all that I want for you to be is satisfied. Ty would make new friends from middle school through a few weeks ago. And one of the first things he would always say is, dude, you gotta meet my mom. So cool. But she was a great mom too. There was never a secret that was held from my mom, even if that secret led to me getting in trouble. The bond they shared was unbreakable, and I'm so happy that he was able to be so unconditionally loved. Ty loved his mama very much. Now you know that. My dad and Ty were best friends. I don't even know if that describes how close they were. I don't know how my dad was able to be the best father and best friend at the same time, but he did. I knew if one of them wasn't answering my phone call, it was because one of them were the two of them were on a phone call. He always wanted to be exactly like my dad, from football, wrestling, having snakes and building fish tanks, both loving Penn State football. Ty developed his personality, humor, work ethic, all from my dad. When Ty did not achieve the level of success that he had hoped in wrestling, he found himself working tirelessly, and soon he became one of the best in the country. He never said it, but I know it was only to make my father proud of him. But he didn't need to do anything for my dad to be proud. My dad was proud of the man he already was and growing to be. My parents raised Ty to be the best brother to Cassie and I. My parents will always tell you that Ty exceeded the role of being a big brother more than they ever thought possible. Ty treasured my parents treasured Ty. I want to finish this eulogy by, not the eulogy today, it's just talking. So I want to finish talking a little bit more about the bond that I shared with my brother. Tom Kiefer, the lead singer of 80s hair band Cinderella, once wrote, "You don't know what you got until it's gone." This is a regret that I am proud to say that I don't have. Ty and I regularly told each other how much we meant to one another. I know that nothing in the world meant more to him than I, and I'm confident he knows that I feel the same way about him. Now, Ty originally planned to graduate college and be a dentist. However, knowing I wanted to be a Delaware State Trooper, he decided to go on a ride-along. From that moment, his decision was made. Many people apply multiple times before getting hired. However, Ty got A-band on his first application. Ty soon started the police academy and excelled in every aspect. He got the physical fitness award and boxing award, but more importantly, he made friends who soon became like family. So that wild ride began. He loved being a trooper, and even loved it more when I got hired. He always told me to remember that this occupation is more than a job. The quality of work directly affects people's lives. To be understanding, sensitive, and genuine, because you don't know what someone is going through that day. He wanted to make a difference. There's many things to love about this job. And the thing that I love most about being a trooper was that I was able to serve with my brother. The time spent as family with Ty would never be forgotten. From ghost crab hunting in Nassateague Island to bear hunting in Tennessee, every wrestling tournament, every Little League game, our family was tight and we were proud to be. Everyone could see the closeness that we shared and they admired it. We will forever be missing the best member of our little family. Even though we feel lost and empty, I know we will continue to live as good people, to honor Ty, and to be the best grandparents, aunt, and uncle to his daughter, Letty. Never had I seen my brother smile as much or be as proud as when he became a father. I really wish I could have witnessed him continue raising her. It's something that breaks my heart, and I'm so happy that you were able to experience fatherhood, even but for a moment. You're a hero to our family and community. And your daughter will grow knowing the legend of her daddy. He was always so happy to come home to Letty and Lauren. Even if we were going to do something fun, he would rather go home. He said, "Oh, no, Lauren's cooking me dinner tonight, man." And he wasn't always like that. And I'm sorry that it was cut short from you. You can leave it to us to love, protect, and guide Letty the same way you did for us. Please watch over us and give us strength. Everyone knows that you had more than enough to go around. I love you, Ty. My idol, my hero, my best friend, and my brother. And that's the bottom line.
Thank you, Josh. We'll now have words from his sister Cassie Snook.
Greater love hath no man than this, that a man lay down his life for his friends. John 15:13. If your path was lucky enough to cross with my brothers, you know that literally everyone he met and had yet to meet was his friend. I could tell him a story about a random person with a loose connection to someone I had met one time, and Tyler genuinely cared about them. He had a way of wanting what is best for everyone that you don't find in most people. And those that he did know, he kept close. And not in a normal sense. I'm talking about, "Hey Cass, I'll be at your small party, and I'm bringing a couple people with me. It's going to be a good time." And here he comes walking in, 45 minutes late in Tyler fashion, of course, with a band of at least 10 people, because people just wanted to be around him. Tyler treated strangers as friends and friends as family. He was the prime example of the more the merrier. He was always that guy. He was the guy. For those of you in this stadium that I have not met before, I am Tyler's little sister. And I can prove that to you by quoting every Adam Sandler movie, MTV reality show, and Jackass episode that Tyler had me watching with him when I was in kindergarten. I must have been one cool kid. As Tyler's little sister, I always had more confidence in life than anyone I knew. I always knew I was unconditionally loved, and I was always safe. Just look at the pictures of my big brother. He was Superman, and he was mine. Tyler was the most hardworking, easygoing, low maintenance, no drama person I have ever met, and he never held a grudge. At least one of us 3 siblings got those traits. That's probably why Ty was always our parents' favorite. Tyler was the oldest of us 3, and he took his big brother duties very seriously, as you've heard all day today. He was our leader and quite often our mediator, our champion and our motivator, our protector and our right-hand man. Our big brother has been and always will be our role model and our voice of reason. When someone is taken too soon, people typically talk about how the holidays and special moments will be extra hard. And while they most certainly will be, I am already finding out that it's the small day-to-day moments that are the hardest. Throughout my entire life, Tyler has always been just a quick phone call away. Hey, should I put an offer in on that house? Can you come help us move this couch into the basement? Dude, guess who I saw at the store today? You won't believe it. OMG, you'll never guess what the dogs got into today. What presents are you getting Mom and Dad this year? It seems that just about every day I have lived, there has always been an I don't know, you'll have to call Tyler moment. Because I don't know if I'll ever value or need someone's advice or words of reassurance more. My brother was a man of faith. He had a strong tie to St. Michael the Archangel, loving all without restriction and sacrificing his own life for the protection of others. My brother was a fan of all-you-can-eat wing nights and crab nights and any other reason to get a group of friends and family together. He was always down for a good laugh or a good time and could never keep a straight face if there was any bathroom-related humor. Growing up, Tyler loved Harry Potter and Pokemon, and was always a fan of nature and every type of animal. Our family home was practically a zoo, many thanks to Tyler. Dogs, cats with and without fur, fish, bunnies, bearded dragons, snakes, Rick the turtle, even a sugar glider, which we do not recommend. And Tyler's 5th birthday present, our first German Shepherd, which of course he just had to name Butchie Butch Fang Snook. He was a huge Penn State fan with a Nittany lion painted on his ceiling and was a loyal lifetime Stone Cold fan. There was a point in time where I'm pretty sure that Tyler kept the Christiana Mall food court Sukihana restaurant in business. He was a true and proud mama's boy, but he made the rest of us feel like we were his best friend. He looked up to my dad more than anyone and will forever be our other brother's other half. He loved a good laugh from a Will Ferrell movie and always made sure to buy the UFC fights to host viewing parties where all were invited. He loved physical fitness, and the gym was his sanctuary, but he never felt held back when bringing along a beginner with him, although he would expect them to start with an easy day of 500 push-ups. I'm serious. Tyler spent his life always wanting others to be happy and have better. He was the coolest person in every room he entered, but he never believed it. In fact, I can just see how nervous and red his face would be right now with this stadium full of people here to honor him. He was humble, and he never made a fuss about himself. Tyler had it all, but he worked so hard for every single thing he had, and he only sometimes complained about it. But he never once was ungrateful for what he had worked for, and he never once was envious of those who don't have to work at all. Instead, he would probably say something like, "Dude, nuh-uh, that's awesome, man," and wholeheartedly mean it. I have never met someone who was so driven for others to succeed. Somehow, somewhere, in between keeping up with his own goals and accomplishments, Tyler always found time to help other people along the way. For example, he helped lead the Pins for Kids campaign for Tay-Sachs disease research in high school, while training to become the 171-pound weight class Delaware state champion. Despite Tyler being the successful and well-loved person that he was growing up, he never left me out. He never felt embarrassed or ashamed to have his sometimes annoying little sister around his friends, or at least he did a really good job of hiding it. He would go above and beyond to include me, whether it was driving me around when he turned 16, or spending an entire week carrying me around the house when I was 5 years old and had broken my toe. There have been many a roller coaster that I would refuse to ride if I couldn't sit next to Ty. He was my very first call after being in a car crash, and his shoulder was always there to lean on during long family car rides when I was stuck in the middle seat. And for your laugh of the day, he would even somehow make me think I was this incredible athlete when we would go on our runs around the neighborhood together. Being the little sister of the Incredible Hawks look-alike did come with a slight challenge. You can only imagine my anxiety when Tyler decided that he needed to be the one to open the front door 13 years ago when my husband picked me up for our first date. But of course, Tyler had only talked up a big game and instead opened the door with a smile and said, "Hey man, I'm Ty, come on in." Our most recent sibling adventure has been one of my favorites. Tyler's daughter was born just 11 days after my son, and so we got to experience the start of the new journey of parenthood together. From late night 3 a.m. texts about sleep deprivation during the newborn phase, to comparing one-year-old milestones and questions just last month, I am so grateful for the short time that we had to experience this stage of life together. I wish more than anything that we could fulfill the plans we had, coaching T-ball teams together and beyond. Tyler was an incredible and proud father, and Letty will always be looked after with the love that you gave her. Whatever Tyler did in life, he was fully committed. Whether it was working out and setting the Troop 6 weightlifting record of 502 pounds, earning a college wrestling scholarship to Maryland, keeping exceptional academic grades in school, enjoying an occasional cheat day from his diet, being the glue to our family, or cutting weight by spending all night running laps around the neighborhood in a sauna suit and then sleeping in our mom's car intermittently. Tyler went all out. He was committed to being a son, a big brother, a grandson, a teammate, a coach, a state trooper, a cousin, a nephew, an uncle, a husband, a neighbor, a friend. And my goodness, you should have seen him as a girl dad. He is now committed to being our guardian angel. The past 2 weeks have been a nightmare for my family. And I can't imagine the evolving pain as time continues to pass on. Thank you to each of you for being here to honor my brother. The support of this community and the good in it is truly the wind drifting us on day by day. We are so deeply grateful for your love and your prayers in standing with us as Tyler would want. Tyler's loss is not a normal one, not just because he was way too young, but because he was a hero. Though I could never have imagined us all being here today for this reason, I proudly and so brokenly can't say that I'm surprised. Because if anyone was to have the entire Bob Carpenter Center on hold for his heroic actions, it would be my brother. Because Tyler did not just pass on as a hero, he lived every single day as one. One of the many impossible parts for me in all of this is that I did not get a chance for final words with my brother. Tyler was most concerned in his final breaths for everyone else in that room. For Tyler to physically save someone else in his final moment was just simply who he was as a person. He was at the wrong place at the wrong time, but as always, he did the right thing. Tyler was incredibly smart, like our mom, and like our dad, he could always make light of any situation. I would pay every dollar I had right now just to hear his voice give the silver lining in all of this, where there seems to be no bright side or no hope. So while we are all here today to honor the hometown hero and the trooper that my brother was, I am here to honor my brother as the person he will always be. The lover of vacations and pool days, the fan of Christmas morning casserole and Red Bull vodkas, not together, the hardworking home renovator and provider, the leader of our family and neighborhood cul-de-sac, the problem solver, the protector. I kindly ask that each person here remembers my brother, not just today or this year, but for the next 50 years that he should have deservingly had on this earth. Please say his name every day. Ty, you were my hero long before the media knew you as one. I can't imagine going forward, and I pray that we can feel you with us each step of the way. Your phone number will always be on my speed dial. Your unwrapped present will always be under my tree. Your name will always be spoken in my home, and your voice will always be my point of reason. Your accomplishments and sacrifice will always be looked up to, and your unwavering love and pride for our family will always be in my heart. Thank you for everything, Ty. Please watch over us as you always have. I love you forever.
Thank you, Cassie, a family of strength. We will now have remarks by a dear family friend, Jay Bastianelli.
Good afternoon. My name is Jay Bastianelli, and I was blessed to be Ty Snook's high school wrestling coach. In the fall of 2005, when Ty decided to attend St. Mark's, not only were we honored with the addition of Ty, but he brought quite the squad with him. Matt, his dad, as loyal as they come, and our biggest fan. If I called him at 3 a.m. to ask him to help roll up a mat, he would say, "Give me 15 minutes. I will be there." Brother Josh, an incredibly talented skateboarder, musician, actor, nacho consumer, and of course, wrestler. Mom, Karen, the Queen Bee. I might have been in charge of practice in the competitions, but at all the Snook pool parties and when the wrestlers slept over Ty and Josh's, they all knew who the captain of the ship was. Now, part of wrestling sometimes is you have to cut weight. Sometimes those wrestlers, when they had the sleepovers at Snook's, they try to sneak a cookie in Mama Snook's kitchen. But she had a tripwire. She would catch you in the middle of the night if you were trying to cheat on your diet. And Cassie, who is now a distinguished teacher, mother, speaker, and woman. But when I look at her, I still only see the 9-year-old who adored her brothers and spent countless hours supporting them in a smelly gym. Ty's as a wrestler was not all sunshine and roses, as his capabilities as a competitor. What never changed was his character. He stayed grounded, humble, hardworking, coachable, and team first. Wrestling is an individual sport, but what Ty loved most was being part of a team and helping others. From the Tyrant Wrestling Club as a youth, to the St. Mark's High School, to the University of Maryland, to the Delaware State Police. And ultimately, the entire Delaware community was Ty's team. There was nothing he enjoyed more than helping each of us any way he could. Throughout his youth and through adulthood, Ty was always focused on you. Ty would constantly armor you with self-belief. If he placed first in a tourney and you placed third, he would point out what you did, the great things to earn a bronze. If Ty did 100 push-ups for a DSP physical fitness competition and you did 85, he was the first one giving you kudos. That is who Ty Snook was. One of the 1,000 reasons he was so lovable. To me, Ty Snook is a hero. Not just because of what he did on December 23rd, but because of how he lived a life of service. How he was courageous enough to put on the uniform to protect us. In my opinion, anyone brave enough to put on a police uniform is a hero. The risks they take, the pride they have in their work, it gives people like me a chance to raise my daughters in a safe environment. For that, I am forever grateful. Lastly, to Lauren and Letty, my heart breaks the most for you. You see, Ty was just getting started as a husband and father. Just to think how spectacular he was in that short time. I was fortunate to see Ty on Friday, December 12th, 2025. He was working overtime at Wegmans. We had just got back from Disney, and we were trying to stop there real quick before we headed home. Sitting there, smiling with that beautiful grin in his police car. Husband to an amazing wife. Father to a stunning daughter. You could see the joy in his eyes. After we talked for a little, I hustled in the store to catch up with my daughters and wife. The pep I felt in my step was because I saw someone who changed my life. Not for what was about to happen 11 days later, but because of who he always was. A dad, a spouse, a son, a brother, a teammate, a friend, a colleague. Someone we all loved because he was always there for us. As we exited the store, I looked in his car again so Kristen, Kai, and Kiva could see my hero. But he wasn't there. He was probably off helping someone, changing a tire, or providing them with grace since they were having a tough day. I thought, no big deal. I will get lucky again soon, and I will run into my friend. Well, that fortunate day was stolen from me. But out of the darkness must come light. How can we continue to honor Ty Snook? If you see a police officer at Wawa or working at the mall, tell him thank you. Ty would have liked that. When you get your Barstool hoodie or t-shirt, stop by a local high school wrestling match. If you see someone having a bad day, help pick them up, just like Ty would. If we continue to do that, in 1 month, in 1 year, in 10 years, Letty will always know the legend of her dad, and Lauren will always feel our love. Rest easy, champ. Thank you for always being you. I love you.
We will have remarks from Lauren Peterson, another family friend.
Wow, Jay, I don't know how I'm going to follow that, but I'll give it a shot. My name is Lauren Peterson, but Ty called me Uncle Lauren. It is with broken heart that I stand before you today, honoring the legacy of Ty. When Lauren asked me to speak, I felt honored. Because talking about Ty is easy. He was the most extraordinary person I've ever known. I've had the privilege of watching him grow his entire life. Over the past week and a half, we've heard so many stories about Ty, stories of kindness, strength, humor, and heart. Every one of them paints the same picture, a man who made people feel better by being in their lives. Today, I want to share some of those impacts that he's had on me, the memories we've made, and the lives he's shaped. The word impact has many definitions. The one that resonates in relationship to Ty is having a strong effect on someone or something. Ty's impact wasn't only on me. The impact and legacy have been of epic proportion display since December 23rd. Captain Reinbold shared that Ty was tasked with training other rookie troopers, which is a huge responsibility and honor. Ty approached this, as always, with honor, knowing the importance of the job. He trained 20 rookies as a field training officer. To put that in perspective, I've been with Wilmington Police Department for just over 19 years, and I've trained 2. Ty didn't want to just train troopers. He wanted to inspire the next generation. Trooper Chris Taylor told me, the first impact Ty had on me was simply his presence. The first call together was with the 1081 subject. For people who don't know what 1081, it's a person that's mentally unstable. Ty approached with calm confidence, and the situation resolved safely. Looking at his size, I can understand why. Chris saw what true leadership looked like. Chris said he wanted to be and look just like Ty. Chris is 6'4", 220 pounds. That says something. So next thing you know, he goes into the gym and puts on 25 pounds of muscle. Started to look like Ty. Chris' girlfriend at the time once joked, Ty must get all the girls. Chris told her, "You're wrong. He's a family man." Ty told Chris, "All I ever wanted to do was start a family." When he met Lauren, he said, "She's the one." Chris said he's never seen him so happy. Chris even went on to get a Doberman, just like Ty. But unfortunately, Chris's Doberman wasn't as big as Ty. Chris said Ty's Doberman was like a beast, just like Ty. I have my own memories that shaped our families and filled our lives with laughter. On a vacation to Acadia National Park in Maine, I remember we were all sitting on the rocks looking over the water. Ty and his dad both saying, "I see a whale." And me answering, "There ain't no whale." The line became a running joke to this day with our families. A camping trip to Treasure Beach, the Petersons in the smallest camper ever, and a tornado described by Cassie, which is really a small tornado, hitting in the middle of the night. We took many trips together over the years. A highlight was Walt Disney World. We've heard about Ty's athletic journey, but I'm going to talk about how it wasn't so athletic. Ty's athletic journey had a humble beginning. When he was 4, I served as his first and only soccer coach. I remember him standing on the sideline of Kirkwood Soccer with my son Andrew, my nephew Robbie, hesitant to take those first steps on the field. He was so shy then that he needed his mom Karen, close by, actually on the field, before he felt ready to join the rest of us. Ty started out as a pudgy kid playing football with the Newcastle County Football League Saints. None of us knew it then, but those early days in the field were the beginning of something bigger. The little boy, shy, round-cheeked and in his pads, was already starting to grow into the leader we would all know today and admire. Then came the wrestling trips. We traveled everywhere with Tyrant Wrestling. Looking back, I'm not sure how we didn't get investigated by DFS, Delaware Family Services. A bus full of kids stripping to their underwears in a McDonald's parking lot somewhere in Ohio to check their waist before they can get something to eat. Those were unforgettable days. The pool parties at the Jays were so much fun. Watching Ty to try to outdo Josh, Josh try to outdo Ty, diving off the diving board, see who could jump the highest or who could do the best flips. The dirt bike riding days were fun while they lasted. The riding was great until the time his dad, Matt, left his trailer outside filled with 3 dirt bikes and a 4-wheeler. Needless to say, they were stolen. I chased the vehicle. I wasn't a police officer at that time, but I chased the vehicle until I couldn't see it anymore. I lost it. I knew Ty was a leader when he would stay and cheer on his teammates, even if he was out of a tournament, which wasn't many. Ty helped my sons in so many ways, teaching them different moves. Ty was a team player that everyone wanted on their team. I followed Ty's wrestling career at St. Mark's closely, when he won the state championship as a senior, I was so proud. He then earned a full scholarship to the University of Maryland, where he went on to have an outstanding collegiate career. Ty was the epitome of a student athlete. After graduation, we heard about this ride-along. He asked me to do a ride-along. Remember, he went to school for pre-med. He was supposed to be an orthodontist. Not sure if it changed everything, but I think that night changed everything. A foot pursuit, a rooftop arrest, 150 bystanders yelling. It was chaotic. This was at 5th and Monroe. For some of you in here know where 5th and Monroe is. It's pretty chaotic every day. When we got back in the car, Ty said, "Uncle Lorne, that was awesome." He went home and told his mom, Karen, and of course, the next phone call to me was from Karen. He's not going to be I'm not going to say it, Wilmington police officer. You can fill in the blank. I told her, let him do whatever he wants to do, and he did. Ty then went on to become a state trooper. After 3 years on the job, he called me and told me he had the opportunity to go down to the academy to teach defensive tactics. I was very proud of him. He was already shaping the next generation. One of his rookies that he trained caught the wrath of Ty down at the academy. Trooper Jody Salyer. She said, "Ty beat the hell out of me." She said this with admiration. She was honored to have him as his primary FTO. She remembers an encounter with Lieutenant Whitmarsh, now Captain Whitmarsh, when Ty introduced her as a Division I women's basketball player at the University of Delaware. She said that boosted her confidence so much, and he made me feel respected. She said he was humble, kind, and even gentle with the frequent flyers they encountered. Now she teaches DTACs at the academy, and she promises that every recruit will know who Ty is, who he was, and continue his legacy. Trooper Hayden Ryan said she learned more than Ty than anyone else. She always felt safe with him. He built her confidence. She told him once, asked another trooper, "Why are you working today?" And he said, "If I didn't, Ty would call me you could fill the blank in, and I wanted to work like Ty." That's the kind of motivation Ty inspired in me. These are just a handful of many lives Ty has touched. Yet in these stories, these small but powerful moments that form the foundation of a legacy. As Ty's legacy will endure, all of his achievements, the one he cherished the most is his new family. He was deeply proud of his daughter, Letty, who will grow up knowing the strength, love, and character of her father. Botch, Mrs. J to me, and Mr. J, God rest his soul. I know he's looking down on us now. Started this lineage of giving us Karen. Karen and Ty had a bond like no other. Karen, she is fiercely loyal, Ty's biggest cheerleader, whether it be soccer, baseball, football, wrestling, or his academics. And never happier than when she was with Ty and talking about Ty. Mr. J was so proud of Ty becoming a state trooper, even though we all knew he was supposed to be an orthodontist. Mr. J has been a rock for Ty through the years, a dip in the pool, fireworks during Delaware City days, a great holiday meal. He loved going to Botch's house. Mr. and Mrs. Glenn Snook, who are no longer with us but are looking down on us, God rest their soul, who are with Ty now. You raised an amazing son who passed on his incredible strength, friendship, and compassion to Ty. He was influential in raising an amazing young man. Matt and Karen, thank you for allowing me to build a bond a lifetime of memories with such a remarkable human being. You raised an unbelievable son. Josh, the bond you and Ty shared will never fade. He looked up to you as much as you looked up to him. Hold on to those memories, the videos, the jokes, the Chucky doll, all of it. Cassie, Ty was so proud of you. Your accomplishments, he will always be your protector. He loved you deeply. Lauren, Ty loved you unconditionally. Thank you for giving him the greatest joy of his life, Letty. I promise she will always know her father. I want to close with a quote from Nelson Mandela. As I have said, the first thing is to be honest with yourself. You can never have an impact on society if you have not changed yourself. Great peacemakers are all people of integrity, honesty, but humility. Ty never had to change. He was always a peacemaker. Remember, Ty is forever in your corner till Valhalla.
Now we will have remarks from the wife of Matthew Ty Snook, his wife Lauren Snook.
Today is not just about loss. It is about who we choose to be after loss. I stand here as a wife, as a mother, and as the voice for a man who wanted what everyone here wants, to come home at the end of the day. Before anything else, I will speak plainly about why we are here. Ty was ambushed. Ty was shot from behind. He never had a chance to see what was coming. That truth is painful, but we will not soften it, and we will not sensationalize it. Because evil does not get the final word, and we cannot let it win. There's a saying that in moments of danger, people choose fight or flight. Ty made a third choice that day. He chose duty, he chose responsibility, and he chose to stand where others could be protected. That choice defines his life far more than the way it ended. Ty was not defined by how he died. Ty was defined by how he lived, by how he loved, by how he showed up. And today, as we gather here from law enforcement agencies across the country, from our community, and from families watching at home, this moment becomes bigger than one family. It becomes about service, about sacrifice, and what we owe one another. There's a common phrase you hear in movies and in life: "I've got your back." Ty, baby, I wish I could have been with you that day. Not standing where you stood, but standing with you. You defended everyone all the time, and you carried what others didn't have to see. And as your wife, the one who stood quietly behind you, I wish I could have taken this from you. But I believe this with everything in me: God does not waste suffering. And what was done to you does not end in silence. It does not end in darkness. It did not end with violence having the final word. Every day since the evening of December 23rd, I've watched thousands of people stand up for you. I've watched strangers carry our family when we could not stand on our own. I've watched love show up loud, steady, and unafraid. And that, baby, is where your suffering met meaning. Our vows were not for one lifetime, they were forever. So hear me when I say this: I have your back now. I've got your back means you are not alone. It means someone is standing behind you when you can't see what's coming. That promise does not belong to just a uniform or a profession. It belongs to spouses who hold families together, to the children who are the reason this work is done, to communities who step forward when tragedy strikes. Today, that promise belongs to all of us. Ty lived his life with quiet strength. He didn't seek attention. He didn't ask for recognition. He carried responsibility when it mattered. At home with me, he was a husband who loved deeply, a father who planned a future, a man who believed showing up was the greatest form of commitment. At home, he showed his love in small, consistent ways. Every Friday, without fail, my baby brought me flowers. Not because something big had happened, not because he was fixing something, just because it was Friday. What mattered wasn't the flowers themselves. It was the thought behind them. He chose them so carefully. Sometimes it was the color I wore on a recent date night because he noticed and because he was already looking forward to his next Friday night off for our next one. Sometimes it reminded him of a sunset at the end of a long day. Other times he josed it based on season or whatever I was decorating for at home. There was always a reason. There was always a quiet why. Friday flowers were Ty's way of saying, I see you, I'm thinking about you, and I'm still choosing us. They weren't just a gesture. They were his weekly vow. Week after week, he showed me that love isn't found in big moments. It's built in the ordinary ones, through consistency, intention, and showing up when no one is watching. And now, because of all of you, those flowers don't stop. They multiplied. The fundraisers, the donations, the meals, the messages, the people who just showed up without being asked. What began as a private act of love became a public act of care. To everyone who gave, organized, donated, or stood with us, thank you. What you did matters, and it will matter for the rest of our lives. Through organizations like Tunnels to Towers and the overwhelming generosity of this community, our home is secure. Our future is steady. That is not charity. That is honor. It is proof that one family, when opened up by loss, a community can come in and rise them up. I want to speak directly to the wives and spouses for a moment. You are the backbone of this calling. You carry the weight no uniform shows. You live with uncertainty, interrupted plans, and the quiet courage of loving someone whose job who asks everything of them, often without recognition, and always without guarantees. When an officer serves, a spouse serves too, carrying the weight at home so the work can be done outside of it. I can't stand here and promise all of you that this will never happen again. I wish and pray that I could. But what I can promise is this: I will do everything in my power to make Ty's sacrifice meaningful. I will not let his life be reduced to a headline. I will not let his death disappear into silence. I will fight for change when change is needed. I will speak when it is uncomfortable. I will stand with the women who carry that same weight, praying that no more of us have to stand where I am standing today. My baby did not die in vain. To the children, the heart of all of this, everything you parents do is for you, for your safety, for your future, and for the life they hope you'll live. And to all the officers sitting with me here today, your lives matter. Your service matters. and the people standing behind you, your families, your communities, we've got your back. Because Ty's life sparked something larger than just this moment. It reminded us that service deserves support, that families deserve protection, that sacrifice must be honored, not just remembered. Before I leave, I want to share one simple ask. Say the words, make the call, leave the voicemail. I just have text messages. Tell the people that you love them, because none of us, there's my baby. None of us are promised tomorrow, and no one ever regrets saying it too often. I love you. Ty plans to come home on December 23rd. He planned a life. And when his life was taken, his legacy was not. It lives in the way he loved, in the way he protected, and in the way this community chooses not to look away. Before I close, I need one more thing I have to say. The strength that has carried me through these horrible days did not come from me alone. It came from God, it came from prayer, and from the moments I asked Ty to give me some of his strength when I did not think I had any left. It came to life through the people that stood by me. The officers have been with me every single day since Ty was murdered. It gave me a place for that strength to land. They showed up with respect, care, and a steadiness that I will never forget. The Delaware State Police was Ty's second home. It mattered deeply to him, and it will always matter to me. I will never stop standing up for the men and women who wear this uniform, and for all who serve, because I have seen firsthand the weight that they carry, and they continue to show up anyway. This should not be the cost of serving. And when tragedy does occur, families deserve to be met with care, resources, and support that truly holds them up. I'm going to wrestle with this for a while, but I can't change what happens to Ty. But I can commit to what happens next. I will make sure his name is always known, always spoken. There's my baby again. And always connected to the work of strengthening support, advocacy, and resources meant for officers and their partners, because I know how much that care has meant to me. That is the future I am committing to. This is how I will honor my husband. And that is how Ty's legacy will continue, through faith, through action, and through change. Thank you. I love you, baby.
wow. We thank God for your strength and the way you have shared with others. The scriptures are true. When we read things such as to be absent from the body is to be present with the Lord. They're also true when we read things in times of the Lord calling us back home. And according to the scriptures, he does not call us by name, but he calls us servant. Well done, my good and faithful servant. Well, Ty heard that call, and he is now resting in the arms of our kind Savior. So, loving God, we ask you to be with this family and friends of Matthew, Ty, Snook in their time of mourning. Fill their hearts with your peace and with your strength. Lord, in your mercy, hear our prayer. Amen. Ladies and gentlemen, will you please rise as we witness the Delaware State Police Honor Guard carry out law enforcement honors. At this time, all uniformed personnel are asked to don your covers and prepare to follow the commands of the Delaware State Police Honor Guard. We do ask you again, please ensure that your cell phones are silenced. Thank you.
1200 recount. Can you attempt to raise 1681?
Tesla. Recount to 1681. Recount to 1681. Recount to 1681, Corporal 1 Snook. All units stand by for an emergency message. All units, it is with deep sorrow to announce the end of watch for Corporal 1 Matthew Ty Snook, 1681. Corporal Snook served the citizens of Delaware with honor and integrity for 10 years. We will forever remember his kindness, dedication, and bravery. Corporal Snook, your watch is over. You are 10-7. Rest in peace.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to ask everyone in front of me in floor seating to remain standing. All others in the surrounding grandstands, you are asked to please take your seats. For those now sitting, uniformed personnel are all asked to please remove your covers. Please remain in your seats as I will dismiss the Delaware State Police and the family. Your patience is appreciated as we provide the family time to retire to their vehicles for departure. I will make another announcement shortly when those of you remaining will be dismissed. Once again, your patience is appreciated as we provide the family time to retire to their vehicles for departure.